Okay, so welcome everybody to part 16 of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We will be doing who knows what tonight. Pretty much just wherever the wild takes us, I guess. I'm not really entirely sure what all we were doing on Tuesday anyway. I'm pretty sure that, well, I mean, I know that Tuesday's session was pretty much just miscellaneous wrap-up whatevers, but we'll see what happens. I think we ended it just outside of the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Yep. And I remember I stopped here thinking, okay, we're like right in the area for something that I'm going to be doing next, and I don't remember what that thing is now. That's always wonderful. I love forgetting exactly what I was planning on doing right after I plan to do it. There's a lot of options here. I think we were trying to go into the Hebra region. Maybe Gerudo Highlands. The crazy thing is that there's still like a ton of shrines to do. I just don't know where they all are. I know this is going to be one. This is going to be an important one, in fact. We could go out and do that one. That one's for sure on a shrine as well. Yeah, I can relate. Usually, with more linear games, it's easier for me to just pick it up and go, oh, yes, that's what we were doing. But with Breath of the Wild, seeing as we're just kind of been messing around anyway, I'm not entirely sure what we were doing. But it feels like there should be like a ton of shrines all over the place that we should be doing that we just haven't done yet. Yeah, let's just go out here. Let's just start over here. Thankful it's 10 p.m. Is it already 10 p.m. for you? That's... I guess that'd be about right, wouldn't it? For some reason, I'm just like, it can't possibly be 10, but you guys are 2 hours ahead of us, so I guess that would make sense. Yeah, there's still... I mean, not quite 60 shrines. There's another one out there, though. Can go and nab that. We still gotta pick up all these dumb little rocks all over the place. Make sure that we don't miss anything. Actually, I'm thinking of a few shrines that I know for sure have been missed. That looks like a place for a Korok seed right there. Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited. We're planning to do D&D tomorrow. Should be pretty excellent time, I believe. Okay, this is going to be one of those we need to match up both sides, maybe. Are these identical? They are. D&D, woot woot, yeah. How you doing tonight, Steel? You playing any more Final Fantasy 16 this evening? I'm wondering if this is just move it to the same spot on the other one. No? Okay. What does that one have that this one does not? Oh, I see. It's the vice versa. It's this one goes over here. But yeah, I'm pretty hyped up for D&D. We're gonna have an encounter against a flesh golem. It's gonna be pretty awesome. Not quite yet. The boys are still awake. After they are in bed, then probably. Yeah, it's 16's got some pretty brutal content. I was actually kind of having a laugh because I was playing some Final Fantasy IV earlier today. And while this isn't the first time in these old games that some more adult content was present, it was very. I mean, it didn't come out right and say that the place was a brothel, but after having a few exchanges with some of the women there, you're like, okay, this is a brothel. I just think it's so funny when these things exist in these old games. Like, oh, okay. I was not looking for this, but here we are. Yeah, I can understand wanting to wait to have the boys in bed before picking up on 16. That game has got some pretty intense and brutal parts. Yeah, these mazes, they can take a bit of time. But I figure this is a good way to start off our session at the very least. It is something a little slower when we wait for more people to show up. Rar, did you say what you were having for dinner? Or what you had for dinner, I should say. What is that? A golden bow. I'm pretty sure we have this in the compendium. Yeah, I'll take it with us. I do remember that at the end of last session, we upgraded pretty much everything, or all the slots that I could for additional weapon capacity. What happened? I was asking what you had for dinner. Because I have the feeling you might have told me, but I already forgot. Pizza! Pizza makes for an excellent weekend dinner. Pizza makes for an excellent whenever dinner, honestly. I know that there are a lot of people out there who say they definitely are not capable of eating pizza on quite a regular basis, but for us, it's like, it literally is once a week, and we are completely fine with that. Very good, though. Yeah, yep. Kiddos being so cute. Oh, good. Well, it's better than being a little monster. Gamer Fuel 101. Exactly. For D&D tomorrow, we're planning on doing wings. Kyo's going to make that jalapeno popper dip that I had mentioned before, that I got from my coworker. And yeah, I'm going to take down a big boss of the area that the party's been fighting their way through. But I know that I'm pretty hyped about it. There we go. I think this is probably the easiest of the mazes. The Desert Labyrinth complete. Yeah, my day was pretty chill. I mean, DLC, he kind of had a frustrating morning. He really did not want to have to go to daycare today, and fought me every step of the way trying to get out the door. It was kind of rough. But ever since we got back, he's been pretty much just as happy as can be. Woohoo! Barbarian armor. I'd like to get that. Oh, you took your spot. Well, I mean, he's not going to be awake for too much longer anyway. So. So we have the Barbarian armor. I think that gives us all 3 parts, if I'm not mistaken. Which means... potato! That's what it means. It means potato. Iron, how you doing? How are you this evening? Are you working today? Or this evening? Tonight? You're working 410s. That's awesome. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I think that I would probably do better with 410s, if I'm honest. Lone cedar tree on the Hebra Mountains. Grandpa stopped at a big tree while he was climbing a big mountain, looked below him to the southwest. Suddenly he saw a huge snow-white birdie with its wings spread wide. That's good, though. I'm glad that you get the day off today. Or tonight, at least. Are you playing Diablo 4? Has that come out? I feel like Diablo 4 just came out recently, right? Nice to have 3 days. I'd imagine so. That does sound pretty legit. I often wonder, you know, would it really be that much more trouble to work an extra couple of hours every day? Probably not. I'm not entirely sure that where I work offers 410s, though. Also, I need to make sure that Kyo and I can kind of keep the same schedule, since we all carpool. We all go to work and / daycare together, and we all leave at the same time. And that's our routine Monday through Friday. We try to keep it that way. So came out the day before I left for vacation. You can request it. Guess that's true. Thanks for answering that, Steel. Yeah, I love stories. Tell me again. Once upon a time, my grandpa stopped at a big tree while he was climbing on a big mountain, looked below at the southwest, and suddenly he saw a huge snow-white birdie with its wings spread wide. My grandpa took off flying after the snow-white birdie, and as he got closer to the white birdie, Grandpa saw something super important inside its belly. That one. See it? Grandpa said that he saw the snow-white birdie from that tree. I'm gonna go to that and look for it. Okay, well, let's put a marker on that tree. and see if we can get to it. Oh, it's not as good as you're hoping for. That's unfortunate. I've been hearing that a lot of people were really excited about it, but I had a coworker a couple of years ago who received some information about the game, like way ahead of time, I guess, about, I'm trying to remember. I think that it was something convoluted with the multiplayer aspect of it. Something dumb. I think it was like, doesn't it require you to have an online subscription even if you're not going to be playing online? Like, you still have to shell out for it, something like that. I mean, and if it's just a PlayStation Network subscription, I don't think that that would really be so much the issue for me, personally. But I know that for some people, they really try to avoid having to pay the online service fee. Really? You gonna make me actually waste fire arrows just to get myself out of this mess? You're a jerk. That's good enough. Suppose that they did provide us with some firewood. If I had been smart, I'd have thought about that. It's an MMORPG. Was Diablo 3 not really MMORPG? Was your own world unless you invited someone. Gotcha. Yeah, I can see how that'd be frustrating for people who are very excited about the fourth game. And I mean, I guess it's not impossible for them to go in and change some aspects of the game, you know, retrospectively, but I know that that often takes a lot more effort than anybody's actually going to put into it. And if the game does even a little well, then I suppose that there's really no hope of anything being changed about it. But I guess it just entirely depends on how much pushback is received ultimately. Come on. There's an updraft. I just want to catch it. Really? Oh, is it over there? Kind of felt like it was right here. So what about Tears of the Kingdom for you, Iron? Was that something that you were thinking of picking up at all? I know how much fun you said that you'd had with Breath of the Wild back when this one came out. Honestly, I think Tears of the Kingdom really did a phenomenal job of adding on to this game. And I still hadn't done probably nearly as much in it as I could have. And I keep telling myself, okay, I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to go back to it, and then I just keep forgetting to. Keep getting wrapped up in these Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster games. Probably not for a while. Spent too much on Diablo 4. And then just for it to be not a very satisfying game is kind of rough. Sorry to hear that. You mentioned that you got sick while you were on vacation. Yeah, I didn't hear much about it after that. I don't know if I had missed the message afterward or if maybe you ducked out. Okay, so now that we're up here, let's see. Looked below him to the northwest. Saw a huge snow white birdie with its wings spread wide. Northwest. I think that's it right there. That looks it. Flying after the snow white birdie, as he got a little closer to the white birdie, Grandpa saw something super important inside its belly. Oh shoot, we forgot your RARs. I'll rectify that here in just a second. Keep forgetting to have these all going before I go live. Yeah, we gotta make sure that RAR has her RARs. Alright, try again. Well. I like something that hits just a little harder. Try it again, Rar. Can't carry any more melee weapons. Rawr! Rip. Sounds like it works. Sounds like a Rar to me. I'm already carrying a Royal Broadsword. 36. Yeah. Knight's Broadsword. See how many of these shields we can pick up, yeah? Unfortunately, the Lionel shield just is not as good as Savage Lionel shields. I'm pretty sure we've already got a picture of it. Oh, damn it. There we go. Picture. Yeah, got a picture of it. Hey. I'm enjoying this bit where they're throwing tons and tons of money at me lately. Can definitely go for that. Let's use the weak shields first. No, as a matter of fact, Iron, we have not beat the final boss in this yet. I was going to, but then everybody was kind of making an indication that they wanted to watch me keep going. So we have everything done. I could just go to the final boss now because we've done all 4 of the Divine Beasts, and we're only missing 1 memory that's in Hyrule Castle. So we could just go beat the game, but Everybody said, keep doing side quests, keep it going. I said, okay. So that's what we've been doing. We've just been kind of keeping it going with some extra side quests, shrines, and shenanigans. I'm just waiting for people to tell me, okay, yeah, go beat it. Final boss. Seriously, though, it honestly kind of was horrendously underwhelming. So, yeah, I definitely feel you. Honestly, it's like the Savage Lionels are harder to take down than the final boss, and that's kind of pathetic. So... Okay. Yeah, exactly. You'll be pleased to know that the final boss in Tears of the Kingdom was no pushover. They made sure to make the final boss in that one actually count for something good. Oof. Ow. Let's put on something with more armor. Elden Ring was kind of its own thing after a Breath of the Wild experience. Definitely agree with you there. Mistakes were made. Yeah, Elden Ring. I still just feel like I had the time of my life playing that game. Quite honestly, I struggle with wanting to put down whatever I'm playing and go back into it again and again and again and again. I tell myself that I'm not really allowed to do that. I gotta play other things on the list. I am eager to get a start eventually into Final Fantasy 16. But my schedule that I had arranged for myself for gaming this year has gotten completely just kind of out of order by a lot. And as a result, I am just currently not ready for 16. I keep planning to get back to it, but... ruined new games. Yeah, I honestly just find myself always wanting to play Souls games going forward now. It's kind of a problem. Is this better? Yes. That is superior by far. How about this? Do we have a picture for that? We do. Yeah, I played Dark Souls and I played Demon Souls. I played those both to platinum. DLC really thinks that we're still playing Dark Souls quite frequently. Still don't like Bloodborne. Did you go back and try it again since? That's fair. I think it's fair that there's going to be things from the company that you just aren't going to compare to Elden Ring. I personally haven't gone and tried Bloodborne. I haven't played Bloodborne since the one time you asked me to sit down with it. The time that you and Green Lantern wanted me to sit down with it and see how much better I could do than you guys. Tried it and it's a no-go. Okay, that's fair. I've heard that Dark Souls 3 is pretty comparable to Elden Ring. I can't vouch for that. I haven't played it personally. I found that Demon's Souls was actually quite fun. I liked that it had a pretty solid direction that it was going in, so you never really got too lost, but it still provided a lot of options for where you could go. Basically, Demon's Souls breaks down in a way that you can choose after the first level. It opens up all five of the quote-unquote worlds. And so you have one, you start with 1-1, and then there's 1-2, 1-3. If you don't want to continue playing in World 1, you can go to 2-1 and continue playing through World 2 if you want to. And so there's 2-2 and 2-3. And there's World 3, and so that's 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, and 5-1, 5-2, 5-3. And each of the areas kind of are, you know, a little bit more challenging in terms of world, but the way that they kind of want you to do it in that one is that they want you to bounce from world to world. So after you finish, like, 2-1, you should really go to 3-1 before doing 2-2. But it's entirely up to you to decide where you want to go. And I personally didn't find it as hard as Dark Souls or Elden Ring through my first playthrough. It got a lot harder on the New Game Plus, but it was not actually that bad. And in that one, it's not based off of like a limited number of like Estus Flask or Crimson Tier flasks, or Crimson Flasks is what they were in Elden Ring, I think. Yeah, instead of having like a set amount of flasks, you heal with grass that you can carry. You can carry as much as your as much as your character capacity will allow you to do. So it's kind of up to you to manage your inventory accordingly. And there are easy places to farm for more grass if you start to run out. It makes it pretty easy to keep on top of everything. But I mean, it's also perfectly valid for anybody who's just, you know, if you're just a fan of Elden Ring and you just want to leave it at that, one sweet memory, that's perfectly fine. But there's a whole slew of games that are that deliver on that same key in terms of difficulty rating. There's a shorter one that I was looking into that I had meant to play soon-ish. It's called Mortal Shell, and I think that the premise of it is you play as a character who will have to go back and forth between your physical being and your immortal being. So you're mortal. So you have to go through between your body and your spirit, and you have to choose moments when you're going to essentially kill yourself in order to proceed. That one, I think, was actually a PS4 game originally, but it had been remastered for PS5. 60 frames per second, and excellent visuals. Okay, I can tell that there's supposed to be a Korok here. Oh, please. Ow. Yeah, if you're looking for a experience that's similar, you might try out Mortal Shell. I've heard that the average playtime on it is something like 30 hours, so it's not gonna like be a soul suck for you. Yeah, I've seen Sekiro. That's actually the only game of FromSoft I don't have that plays like a Souls game. And I've heard that depending on how you like your Souls games, some people find Sekiro to be a lot easier because it offers better mobility. So if you're one of those players who kind of prefers to have, you know, speed, since you are playing the samurai role essentially. So yeah, you're gonna be much more dexterous than you might be used to playing the Dark Souls games. And I don't know if that's what ultimately makes it easier, or if there's some other aspects that make it easier, but I have heard that Sekiro is actually really, really good. And for some, it's easier, and I've heard from others that it's harder. Speedruns are crazy. I haven't really even looked so much at the game, because I've just got so many on my backlog right now that I don't think I could justify picking up Sekiro right now. But it is of intrigue to me. That's for sure. Oh, hello. So who knows, maybe I'll get around to doing that one soon-ish as well. I had offered Dark Souls 2 playthrough in one of the polls on the server in the last go around, and what surprised me is that for how many people were telling me that I should play it live, it didn't get a single vote in the server. So that kind of leads me to believe that really the people who want to see it maybe are the people who are maybe more interested in seeing other things. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I'm always down to pretty much just play whatever I put on those polls. I'm never gonna offer a game that I'm not actually serious about playing, and that I would not actually enjoy to some degree. But I guess some people just really didn't want to watch me throw myself at enemies for hours on end. Honestly, I can't say I blame them, though. I know for some that playing a Souls game is something that's almost just done better on your own, so that people don't have to see your frustration. Apparently easier parry than Elden Ring. You could do the parry in Elden Ring. Yeah, having the parry timing down on any of them is really instrumental towards playing those games. How's it going, B? Well, it makes me feel frustrated? I'm not saying I feel frustrated. I was saying that we were talking about playing Souls, and how I offered to do Dark Souls 2 for the community. Well, not for community stream, but like for the community pick, the community poll. And even though I had heard from people that they would be down to watch me play that, nobody voted for it in the server at all. Parrying in video games? Nah. How's it going, Larkin? I saw. I think I saw that you were live just a little earlier today, weren't you? You're good, V. Just chilling. Awesome. Awesome. Nobody voted. Cry. Everybody voted for Breath of the Wild. Focusing on Breath of the Wild streams. So. I vote for what are the options? Right now there isn't a poll open. No, the next one is actually a Sarge Picks, and I've already got that figured out. It will be something entirely different from Breath of the Wild. That I can guarantee. Okay, where is this dumb thing? Harvestella? I'm not familiar with that. Okay. Excuse you. No. How did we not freeze from that? That's insane. Potatoes of the wild. But yeah, it was interesting because I thought for sure that there would at least be a few votes towards Dark Souls 2. So I was very surprised when it didn't have any votes. But it's really no issue to me. I was pretty much just as happy to be playing Breath of the Wild and to be focusing on just getting through this game. Oh, damn it. Standing too close. And all that for a Korok. That'd have been really funny if there was actually no Korok underneath that. That would have been even better. V, did you have work today? Did you fight anyone? It's a farming game that focuses a bit on combat than farming, but a good balance of both combat and farming. Okay, cool. That does sound interesting. I'm trying to think of other games that kind of in that same thing. Is it a multiplayer or is it something that you're just doing on your own? To be fair, I have notifications for Discord off. That's just fine. I honestly don't blame anybody for turning off the notifications on Discord. The only reason I have all of mine on for my own server has a lot to do with the fact that it is my server, and I really should know when anyone is trying to chat in it. So I get notifications anytime something posts in the server. But were it not for that, I probably would have not nearly as many notifications as I do. You can get a lot from Discord. What you played so far, single player game. Well, that's neat though. Yeah, I'm trying to think. It sounds like something maybe I have heard of before, but I just don't remember. We can't actually scoot our way through there, can we? But I really want to. We're not carrying a Korok leaf either. Nope. Sort of a new game, been out since last November. Okay. Yeah, somehow it feels like it definitely rings some kind of a bell. I just not sure. I'm not entirely sure if that's something that would honestly appeal to me personally, but I don't know. I have kind of an interesting relationship with farming games. For me, I like good stories in my games. So as long as it's got some kind of a good story, then usually I'll end up, intrigued enough to check it out. But But I also like a little bit of grit to my games as well. So you don't really find me playing very many things that, like... I'll play Animal Crossing for a few months after it comes out. I get, like, really excited. I build the town, you know, make friends with all the animals and everything, but... I don't know. After 3-4 months of playing it, I'm usually like, okay, let's do something else. Okay, will you die? Oh, there it is. What up?
Call me.
Call you.
Call my phone.
Okay. Guess Kyo's misplaced her phone. Sorry about that, guys. If you watch the Nintendo Direct or watch the highlights, we're getting like 5 more farming games on Switch, one of them being free to play and multiplayer. Yeah, I actually did watch the Nintendo Direct. I'm actually looking forward to a few things in there. I think, well, one of the big ones, as you guys know, we just finished Super Mario RPG for my first time not that long ago, and now they announced the remake for it, which looks phenomenal. I'm probably going to end up getting that, because I had so much fun on it my first time around. So that is a thing. I also saw that they have released remastered editions for Pikmin and Pikmin 2. Those are games that I didn't really have much of an opportunity to play, but I've heard are fun. I might try them. I might not. I don't know. I really don't know. I guess we'll see what happens with that. Steady thy heart. What is that supposed to mean? There we go. Okay. Darn. Still making Final Fantasy games. Hey, I love Final Fantasy. I think Final Fantasy is phenomenal. Yeah, this 16's got some real grit to it, though. Yeah, I picked up 16, but I probably won't play it for a while, because I've been working on the Pixel remasters, which is the first 6 games. I'm on 4 of 6. I mean, and I have played them all before, except I haven't finished 5 before. So I'll be doing 5 for the... I'll be completing 5 for the first time. I've played 5, I just haven't finished it. I think I got about halfway in it the last time that I picked it up, and I just keep finding other things to do. And I said to myself, this time, for sure, we're going to do all 6. We're going to do all 6 of these games. We're going to sit down. We're not going to do anything else until these are all done. But I've been having a really good time with it, so. Whoa. Yeah, on 16. Yep, 16 just released yesterday. Yeah, this year has been phenomenal for gaming because we've got Resident Evil 4 remake. I heard Hogwarts Legacy, although that one was kind of a controversial release, it's also got a pretty strong base. Could see a lot of potential towards Game of the Year, I think. We got Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, which is awesome. And Final Fantasy 16, Diablo 4, which, you know, is controversial as well. But, yeah, and supposedly sometime in the year we're supposed to get some DLC for Elden Ring as well. I've only played 10-2 in the Crystal Chronicles. They re-released Crystal Chronicles for Switch and PS4. If you ever want to play, let me know. Totally down. Played about more than half of the Final Fantasy games. That's pretty cool. I have played and finished 1 through 4, 6 through 10. I've done 12 all the way through. I'm done with the 13, 13-2, 13 Lightning Returns, and 15. Scorns, how's it going? What's up, buddy? Sarge summoned me because Resident Evil 4 remake. All I have to do is mention Resident Evil, and Scorns will show up. Scorns show up for sure. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, and to loosen up. Alrighty. Appreciate that, Larkin. Okay, I mean, I suppose we could continue to look around in the Hebra region, but I'm kind of ready to see if we can wrap up maybe some other quests. So, Scorns, I listened to that Mental Cruelty album. It's dope. It's dope as hell, man. I really love it. I listened to that pretty thoroughly today. And, yeah. I told you. I believed. I just needed to hear it for myself, is all. Ooh, what does this do? I don't know where this is taking me exactly. I kind of laugh a little bit because the new song on that album, Mortal Shells, I'm sitting there thinking, you know what? This song actually kind of resonates of To the Hellfire, if I'm being completely honest. Which is the reason why that's funny with the for everybody else who isn't familiar with it. In the song from Lorna Shore, To the Hellfire, the lyrics are Azrael guiding me beyond the veil, habitual, save me from this mortal shell. And for this Mental Cruelty song to be titled Mortal Shells and to have a lot of resonance and things that sound like the Lorna Shore track, I just like, yeah, this is an instant favorite. Through the hellfire and flames would carry on. What up?
Bedtime.
Well, you can't put him to bed?
Mom,
You.
you want to see him?
I'll see him in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I get up with DLC, so definitely see him first thing tomorrow. I'm always the person he wakes up first, so I get up with him and we hang out when we watch TV together on Saturday mornings, and it doesn't seem to matter how late I stay up on Saturday. I'm always the one, or however late I stay up on Friday night just doing my stream. Yeah, it always ends up being a DLC and Daddy morning, Saturday mornings. Mortal Shell is totally my Lorna Shore vibes. Is my fave. It is a good one. It definitely landed into my favorites list. I was really good this morning, Scorns. I got out of the shower. I was in the shower and I remembered, oh yeah, Mental Cruelty released that album today. I gotta give that a listen. So I went and nabbed it, threw it in my deathcore playlist, and I listened to it. And there were some of those songs I honestly listened to probably like 2 or 3 times. Mortal Shell was one of them. That's the one to beat. Yeah, so if anybody's looking for a awesome band that really does an excellent job of blending black metal with deathcore, that would be the one to look at. Mental Cruelty. Definitely vibing on some Mental Cruelty. And melodic death influences. Oh man, the symphonic work that they did for this one was really good. Yeah, I was telling Keo the other day, we were listening to some of the other stuff that they had put out, and you know, she's all like, "Oh yeah, I could definitely see how this is kind of like very similar to Lorna Shore," and I'm like, "Yeah, it really feels like they are really trying to land in the same vein as Lorna Shore with their with the Pain Remains album." Won't go to bed with that. Aww. It's calling for me. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to go say goodnight to my kid. I will be right back in just a minute. Please don't go anywhere. All right, guys. Thanks so much for waiting on that. Mother Butter. I don't know how you managed to hear butter. It is definitely bugger. Double G's. Gone, but not forgotten. Must have been some good clips in that reel. Okay. A hill to die upon and onward is their peak. I think I agree with that, actually. I was kind of noticing that with their early stuff. I don't really like their early stuff, but their later stuff is definitely doing it for me. You'll be pleased to know, Scorns, we put Zweilicht and Symphony of a Dying Star both into Keo's playlist. Yep, she snatched that up and put that into her own playlist. One of us. Yeah, we got some Lorna Shore in there. We got some Mental Cruelty. I mean, to be fair, she's had some Whitechapel in there for a few years, but yes, getting her into that deathcore scene. She blames me for ruining music for her, though, because now everything else is just too soft. And I say, hey, you can still enjoy your stuff just fine. Like, I still love just pulling up my my metalcore list. Like, it doesn't always have to be deathcore for me. Sometimes I just like to, you know, slow things down a little bit, do some standard metalcore, and, you know, just chill with that. There's still plenty of awesome heavy things to be had in the metalcore scene. It was easier to just join you. New Whitechapel, I hope, is good since they're going back to their roots. I mean, I love Kin. I think that I know why people don't like it. That's it's not hard to see why people do not like Whitechapel's last two albums. But for me, I think that the difference in direction that they went with those delivers on a much more emotional level. And maybe I'm just a weirdo, but I kind of like my metal to have some emotional connection to it instead of just being about uh, you know taking people's heads and running people through saw blades and all the wonderful things that Whitechapel has been known for in the past. Don't get me wrong, all that stuff is super slammy and awesome, but I just I just prefer some emotion. Phil's Cleans worked so well. It really did, And for the people who say that they don't like Kin, I mean, I get it because you want for your music to stay the same. Personally, I think that it is up to every artist to change their style, and that really it's what we're supposed to do. You'll never find an artist who you'll never find a good artist who ever does the same thing forever. There's always going to be changes and influence because every musician, well, not just musicians, every writer, every musician, every person who puts a paintbrush to canvas or a pen to a tablet, they are going to experience change in their interest. They are going to be influenced by new things that other people are doing. They'll find that they have interest in things that they previously didn't find or expect, and they'll want to dabble in it and create something entirely new. And it doesn't always pay off, but in a lot of the cases where you can tell that somebody was inspired to do something and they really meant it, you can tell that it meant something to them in the process of making that, and you can see how they developed as an artist, which I think is phenomenal. So, your favorite artists, no, they will not be the same forever, and that's actually a good thing. Reminds me of something I saw a while ago. I forget the band, but it was like makes songs about beheadings, donates to charities for puppies. Probably. And I heard Hickory Creek, almost cried. Is that right? I actually haven't listened to all the lyrics for Hickory Creek, but there is some in there that I'm definitely I mean, I like the song Hickory Creek. Oh, that's gone. I almost feel like we're just kind of wandering around aimlessly out here. I'm not sure if there's anything really to be had.
Rawr!
Woo! Got me that time, Rar. You bastard. Picked up a royal bow. I keep you on them toes. Definitely worked. Got those gamer dad reflexes poised. It's interesting about those parenting reflexes. They work on other kids too. It's not just your own. We were at this park a few weeks ago, and Keo was pushing DLC on this swing. We were actually standing on opposite sides of the swing from each other, and kind of helping DLC stay going. And he was having a good time. And this other couple comes up with their kid, and she's kind of like, they actually had a couple of kids, and they're pushing their kid back and forth. And one of their girls just doesn't really think about this and just darts right in front of the swing of DLC's trajectory, and like the parents just watched in horror as they were too far to do anything, and their daughter just right in the line of swing for DLC, and I just I just reached over just as DLC is about to head down, and I'm like, I just saved your kid for you. Sorry I was exhausted from work. I just clocked out for almost 3 hours. No problem, man. No problem at all. Welcome in. See that dad bod? Oh, I got the dad bod. Check. Check. Checkity, checkity, check. I'm so out of shape. It's kind of ridiculous. One of these days I'll try to get back in shape. I think. I think I'm going to get back in shape. Maybe. Oh, come on. Okay, if you would stop. That was obnoxious. The dad pod, but not a dad. You got a Mellar? Did anybody attend Mellar's stream earlier today? I'd love to know how his stream was today, because I didn't have a chance to get in there tonight and find out for myself. Beefy boy, it's still a Sarge in our eyes. I used to go to the gym. I think I went a bit hard on you sometimes on it's fine. I mean, really, I don't think you know getting worked hard until you've been to the gym with iron. You want someone who will push you. Iron will do it. All of Keo's beefy goodness. There was barf. So much barf. This guy Iron knows what the frick he's doing. This is true. Oh yeah, this just reminded me. I'm supposed to meet up finally with that friend on Monday to do some jam session, because on Wednesday he informed me that an individual in his household unfortunately managed to get sick the day that we were supposed to get together and jam. So we decided to postpone until the end of the week, because we didn't know whether or not he was actually going to be contagious. So we just told him, yeah, it's fine. We'll just wait until, we'll wait. We'll just wait another week. But I'm excited to actually get the opportunity to jam with him. Yeah, because it seems like we actually have a few things to kind of try and figure out together, which is always pretty cool. You heard a switch sound. Yes, you did. My switch was indicating that the Game Boy Advance collection for the Switch Online just finished updating. I mean, in case anybody was not aware, I am playing this on an actual Switch. I'm not doing an emulation. Yeah, I know Moon is doing this on emulation, but I am not. I try to avoid emulation just about as much as I possibly can, because in my experience, the emulators seldom work as good as I'd like for them to. I mean, they're great for some things, but for a lot of things, it's kind of a no-go. Cool, that worked. I don't want that anyway. So, bye. Since canceling the order on the guitar, I actually feel better, especially financially. It was just bothering me that it was constantly showing as a pending charge to the credit card, and sometimes it would show up twice. Get calls from the bank warning me that I was overdrawn for the month when I really wasn't. That'd get really old real fast. Well, that's good. I'm glad that that's offering you some peace of mind. Besides, you do have a lot of guitars, and still other options as well. Find ones for like GameCube and underwork. Well, anything more advanced is asking for trouble. Yeah, you do have to be careful with emulators, and really this computer is not great for GameCube emulation, so we try to avoid that as much as possible. If I can play something with an actual copy, that's definitely preferred. I've been finding all the major tests of strength lately. Custom baritone, ordering just the body for one. Build it up a little, and then order a neck and go from there. Awesome. Yeah, that sounds like it'd be pretty dope. Definitely let me know what you figure out, though. Yeah, currently I've got the guitar in dropped A. The 7-string is in dropped A tuning. And I quite honestly haven't really been playing around that much with it. I know how to do, like, a little bit of 2 different things, and that's about it. Yeah, because if I'm going to play Lorna Shore, I'd have to put it back in dropped G. But I like dropped G. Unfortunately, my buddy does not like to play in dropped G. It's weird. I never thought of myself as being the kind of person to play in a lower tuning than my buddy, but here we are. Double dropped D. Yeah, I think I remember you telling me about that, actually. It's pretty impressive. There we go. What to use next? The 9 is dropped A. That's insanity. Dropped B. Not your Parkway Drives dropped B. That is unless you're talking about the bass. Very nice. Yeah, I honestly have not been playing a lot on the 6-string, like at all lately. Which is kind of a little sad, but because I don't know. Lately, I've been more enchanted with the idea of playing in the realm of deathcore. It just hasn't been very practical for me to play on the 6-string as much. But I mean, to be honest, it is easier to improvise play on the 6-string than it is the 7. Yeah, I saw your comment. The thing you got to know about numbers with me is that I won't know what I don't really have anything to equate to in my head. I have to actually see it out, like laid out, for it to mean anything to me. Just giving me the specifications, it doesn't work up here. I'm just thinking, is guitar. Because I don't know what all of the measurements are for standard guitars anyway. So when you're spouting numbers, it's just kind of like, sorry. I don't really know. I don't have a connection for it. Just caught up with your messages at Discord. I was just reading that comment before about the mental cruelty hype incoming comment. Be fun to do that since I've been mentioning to you earlier this week about how I'm always looking for content to experiment, and since I'm an enthusiast of music, it'd be fun to find other people who are on the same level to talk about it on live stream sometime. Yeah, man, I'm down. Like I say let's make it happen, because that sounds like a good time to me. I didn't mean to. I just was worried that, you know, with your radio silence the last couple of days, that maybe I had implied something that didn't set well or something. I was like, did I cross a line? Because just hadn't heard from my buddy Scorns in a couple of days, and that doesn't seem very normal. So, but glad that you're liking that idea. I'm totally down if you'd like to do that sometime soon. I'll just have to figure out the particulars on it when I'll be available to do that. When we'll mutually be available to work on that together. But yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun to me. Do you wake up? No? I guess he only wakes up at night, right? Just the way I'm dealing with the website at this rate. I mean, if I may be so bold, it kind of seems to me like the website might be holding you back at this point, because unfortunately it sounds like the guy in charge is not interested in trying to work with you in a way that's going to mean getting money. So as a content creator, I think that it would be in your best interest to, you know, pursue new avenues in which to create that content in platforms that are a little more guaranteed than what that site's going to be able to offer you. That's my perspective. Did you wake me up? Did you rub my lamp? Did you bring me here? And all of a sudden you're walking out on me? I don't think so. You guys are such dorks. I love you. Not right now. You're getting your wishes, so sit down! Yeah, that. Yeah, bottom line, Scorns, I'm definitely in your corner. I just want to look for any possible way that I can help you to, like, start getting something going, because I know that you've been chasing after a lot lately, and that is not always the funnest thing to be in the situation that you're in right now, where you're trying to get somewhere and just kind of spinning your wheels. And I'm just trying to find any way that I can possibly help you with getting something moving where, you know, we figure out a way for this to be something that puts money in your pocket again, you know? So. But hell yeah, I am down. I'd almost be willing to bet that there's a probability that King may be down to talk about some mainstream metal, if you broach that subject with him. We're playing Aladdin Breath of the Wild now. Not eloquent. Oh, whatever, Mr. Creative Writer over here, holding out on us. You're just gonna walk out on the fact that you were really enjoying that. Oh, shit. Orbit culture. Yeah, orbit culture. That's the one. Imagine being eloquent. It couldn't be me. It's, yeah, about getting my audience to understand things may have to switch over to Twitch so that they too can get the idea I'm aiming for. I feel like Twitch is a pretty open platform. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and put that out on the record while everybody's here. In the very near future, Expect me to do some kind of a collaboration with Scorns where we discuss metal, because I have some questions. I feel like Scorns would definitely be the man to talk to, and I think that that would honestly make some good content for the people that follow him. So keep your ears out for that. Eyes and ears. I'll definitely post on the server when we get those particulars worked out. Now, where is this damn shrine? It's got to be around here somewhere. Bring the dew and the pizzas. And we will make sure they are around. Arbok culture, aka Metallicore. Pretty much. The first time I heard one of those Orbit Culture songs, I was just like, excuse me, who gave this band the permission to be sounding like Metallica as if they played as a metalcore group? I love it. Hyrulean nights, like Hyrulean day. It's hotter than hot, but then again, not. Until he's stressed like a bow. I love it. This is the perfect shenanigans stuff right here. Where is this shrine? Holy cow. It's got to be around here somewhere. I'm thinking maybe over here. Maybe not. Well, we're just going to go ahead and ruin this Lizalfos day. In one hit, in fact. Rip that guy. That's one way to avoid a fight. Yep, they can't fight if they're literally disintegrated in a second. These are luminous stones. Excuse me, sir. Could you maybe not do that? Bye! I'm so clipping that. Do it. And done. Thank you so much for the clip, Scorns. Yeah, but I'll have to talk schedule stuff with you, Scorns. Are you usually free during my Friday night streams? Because I wonder if that would be a good time slot instead of doing my regular stream, to just kind of open that up discussion-wise and spend one of my streams doing that stream with you. Absolutely, sir. We might do that way. Because obviously I'm free right when I'm doing this, so it could be worth it to pause the Zelda experience for a session in the near-ish future, in the next couple of weeks, and have some fun with as a collaboration project talking about music. I've participated in a podcast once with Melar. This was, I want to say, spring of last year. Maybe it was before. And quite honestly, I enjoyed myself doing that a lot more than I thought I was going to. Just, hanging out, talking about. We were trying to discuss the subject, or a few different things in subject matter about streaming and some of our experiences. Because it was Melar, myself, and Sukonami on Melar's podcast, Chatisfying. And yeah, I had a really good time with that. I thought it was a really good thing to do. It was very different than what I'm used to, but it was very laid back and just kind of discussing just some of the troubles. I'm trying to remember what our subject was that we were discussing. I'm pretty sure it was something along the lines of when things get awkward in chat. That was kind of what we'd started with, and I guess I was actually more prepared for it than they expected me to be, because they were just kind of expecting me to come in without really having any kind of prompts. They were planning on taking care of that all themselves, and I was just supposed to be the guest. But I ended up providing my own set of prompts that I was just like ready to go on. Mellor was like, "Damn, you came prepared." Having people especially knowledgeable in their field, yeah. Okay, so eventually this balloon is going to land within my sights, right? Damn it. Got it. Topic, awkward things in chat, 10 minutes of awkward silence. Okay, done. It was actually a very stirring conversation. We had a lot more to go off of than I think Melar was expecting for us to. But it was a good time. Is that it? Maybe? Maybe not. One of these days, we are going to find the shrine that's around here. Told a joke, Miller's. Yeah, if you could tell if he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't because it was kind of dark. Yeah, I mean, that does happen sometimes, It's sometimes a challenge to, present some of the best of yourself live. And dark things definitely, I think, get to all of us at some point or another. Ooh, yeah, we're not leaving that behind. Ain't no how, ain't no way. We're just gonna... Well, actually, I think I want this. Yeah, there are just some times where your darker thoughts definitely get born, and you're just kind of like, oops. His dad joke was, what do you call a cow with no legs? Ground beef. My joke was, what do you call a dog with no legs? Doesn't matter, it won't come to you. I've heard you give that one plenty before. 1 sec, I gotta tell Randy. See, now look what you've done. What have I done and who have I become? To quote the 5-flavored fruit punch. I'm sorry. I've gotten to a point in my musical tastes that I kind of no longer really like Five Finger Death Punch. I used to really be about them quite a bit, and lately I just not anymore. Such a sad song. And now to remember it for work on Monday. Yes, go forth and spread your darkness. Real boys sing on the wings of death, by the hands of doom, by the darkest light from the darkest moon. Crossing silent seas over mountains high, for we stand as one tonight. Yep. On the black winds forever, we ride on together. I'm about to get DMCA'd. We're just going down a little stroll of memory lane here. We have to keep in mind that Dragon Force was literally my first, like, big inspiration when it came to metal. To really music in general. I had never latched onto music before I had heard Dragon Force. And once I heard Dragon Force, all the bets were off. I was like, I don't know where this has been my whole life. I don't know why my head's been in the sand. I didn't know I liked music until I heard this, but this right here, this is it. And it took that push, and that's all it took. It's fun to say at the DMCA. It's DMCA. Why? No, it's DMCA. Yeah, if I don't get a DMCA tonight, I'm gonna be a little surprised. Go away. Literally nobody asked you. Go away. Where, oh where? Oh where? Parody is perfectly acceptable under DMCA. So what I'm understanding is that you can give me the wrong lyrics for a song, and I'm good to go on that. I had actually read that as long as you attempt to play a song in its full cover, then you can technically get away with it without it being a DMCA. So you can play cover music, but you can't actually play the song, like as a backing or anything. By claiming it's instructional. Yeah, I just have no freaking clue where this stupid shrine is at. I have a feeling it's hanging out on a cliff face somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. And I have no idea how far down this will let me go before it's just like, no, you're dead. That's one thing that's nicer about Tears of the Kingdom, is that it at least tells you if it's up or down from your current location. The second clip at it. Ah, yes, the old educational purposes clip. Cover songs are usually fine. Unless for some reason I managed to play the song so perfectly that it comes out identical, then I suppose that would be a problem, but... I remember when the controversy had gone through with Twitch and the crackdown that they were having with the DMCA. Matt Heafy of Trivium did this whole skit that he posted to YouTube about being on the phone with somebody from I don't remember which studio it is that manages Trivium, but he pretends to be on the phone with them and being like, I just want to play my music, damn it. I'm calling you because I'm angry and I just want to play my music. I just want to play my music because, yeah, there was a while that you weren't even allowed to play any covers at all either. I think that's kind of really bullshit. Hello, dude. Hi. Why don't you? Oh, throw ribs at me. That's a good idea. Fosheezy. Boop. Gotcha. Grab us a couple of teeth. Pretty sure we have all of these documented, right? Yeah. Okay. Don't need any of that. So when I wanted to stream, I was going to change my format to guitar playing and building, so I looked into it. Such an improvement. It's the greatest achievement in Sarge's stream since his homeboys, Jack Black and Kyle Gass, wrote us a song called Tribute. Have you all heard the Tenacious D song, Video Games? That song is freaking hilarious. And I blame Keo for bringing it to my attention, but yeah, it goes in rounds in our heads all the time. Best song in the world. Yeah, yeah. If you haven't heard their video games song, yeah, you definitely need to hear it. This is not the greatest song in the world. It's just a tribute. Yeah, the lyrics for it are I don't play video games no more. I never play video games. Except a little bit of God of War, I never play video games. Maybe every once in a while I'll play a little bit of Fallout 4. Yeah. And I'm trying to remember. The one that kills me is never don't play video games no more. I never play video games. But Red Dead Redemption 2, that is not a game. Red Dead Redemption 2, that is not a game. It's an experience. Yeah, that's pretty much the argument. He is a national treasure, hands down. I might just give up on this shrine. I have no idea where it is, unless somebody wants to tell me where the hell it is, because I don't know. I don't know, guys. Yep, don't know. That is not a game. It's an incredible journey through old American history. Fighting for your life and fighting for your family. Live your days, honor and integrity. It's not a game. That's an adult thing. It's not a game at all. That's like Shakespeare. Freaking. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done up here, guys. I'm done wasting my time looking for that shrine. Let's see what else we got here. Fort Hateno. When the dark light resides in the cursed statue's eyes, pierce its gaze to purge the seal from the shrine. Heard this from Calip, the self-proclaimed archaeologist. Solving the ancient song's riddle will reveal a hidden shrine. Where is this? Oh, right. I briefly passed this person and was like, okay, yeah, I've got places to be. So I'm suddenly now remembering that we talked to somebody here, and then I was just like, yeah, that's great. Fine, bye. Nice. Brought up the Hey, if you want to tell me where I'm supposed to look, I'll go back for it. I'm sorry, Larkin. The Pick of Destiny. I probably do, actually. I have not watched that. Really, I'm not much of a movie buff, if we're being completely honest. Like, I like a handful of things here and there, but... I've previously mentioned this, but I'd almost always rather play a video game than watch a movie. I prefer the interactiveness of gaming, making a progress. Guess what? Third clip in a row. You're famous! We're just gonna replace the entire reel, the entire playlist with just tonight singing. God, and he calls himself a guitarist. I mean, nobody's asked me to play any guitar tonight, so... Don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want from me. In fact, nobody's asked me to play guitar in a while. There it is. Scorns, which one you want? Let's see the chugs. Okay. Woo! Yeah, I've got like a lot of fragments of things that I've been working on. But that's all it is like mostly fragments.
It's like I have
various
ESPN or
songs. It's like we got the SPN or something. Alright, thanks for that hydrate and the loosen up. Get ourselves back on track here to continue our session. Anyway, that was fun. One of these days, I'm actually going to know how to play a song all the way through. Something deathcore related. The thing is that my buddy and I, we haven't actually figured out on a particular song to do a full cover on. So I don't dedicate to any one thing. I always just kind of end up screwing around with some various things here and there. The speed picking is getting a lot better, but it's like I said, I kind of had to undo some of my progress of what I've learned over the years so that I can actually do it the right way. And so the speed picking is now better, but unfortunately, it's like now I can't sweep pick again, and that took me years to figure out how to do. So. But I'm hoping that when I get back around to actually learning how to do sweep picking and learning to do that the right way, that I'll kind of work together and hopefully come out the way it's supposed to be. But it is just kind of an interesting thing to go from knowing how to do something to suddenly being like, you know what? I actually play everything kind of wrong. Gonna be the Van Halen of deathcore. That's a lot of optimism. You know, I will settle for being able to play more of some stuff from Lorna Shore. I have yet to figure out a lot of their stuff because, I mean, how can you compete with a guy like Adam D'Amico, you know? That's just, I don't know. But yeah, at some point, these are going to stop being practice sessions as much as actual jam sessions. But I was talking with my buddy, asking him how things are going for him, and he's pretty much in the same boat. He's only got, like, pieces of things figured out. And we kind of both got our 7 strings roughly about the same time. So yeah, I definitely know how to play more with the 6 string. but it's just not as jaunty as the 7 is. It's for an entirely different set of... almost an entirely different genre, honestly. But, you know, if I could eventually find my way into being able to do stuff like... I'm a long ways from learning how to do any amount of soloing from any of these groups, but, you know, it'd just be nice to know how to play some select things. Maybe a little bit of Shadow of Intent would be fun at one point. That's going to take some serious practice, though. But it's nice to have dreams. Just don't overdo it like the harmonics. Yeah, I honestly don't listen to that much Eddie Van Halen. I don't listen to a lot of things I probably should. But, you know, the advice that I've had from my father is that musical journeys are all entirely unique, and, you know, what you know how to do is going to be entirely different than some of the things that other people know how to do. Just different people have different skills with certain things. It's kind of funny because for as much wisdom as my dad has, I don't know that he would know how to play metal, to be completely honest. It'd be certainly interesting to see, though. Give it back. I wanted it. Thank you. Okay. Now then. When a dark light resides in the cursed statue's eyes, pierce its gaze to purge the seal from the shrine. Been pondering the dark light mentioned here for some time, and I must admit I'm stumped. Light can't be dark, obviously, unless... Oops, can't know divulging my research before I publish now, can I? Dark light. Emblazoned shield. Cool, that's not going to be used at all. But I have to unlearn bad habits of about 15 years of playing. I've had to teach myself that on higher frets. It is definitely preferable to have your thumb on the back of the neck. Never done it before. Since I started, it helped my upper fretwork, sweeping included, tremendously. That's awesome. Yeah, I need to play more often, to be honest. So I don't play nearly as much as I probably ought to. For a while, I was doing pretty good about trying to play daily, but that kind of ended up not happening after some time. I just get caught up in a lot of other things, I think. Going Edgar Allan Poe in this chat. Is this a Blood Moon one that we're supposed to do? When a dark light resides in the cursed statue's eyes. Pierce its gaze to approach the seal from the shrine. A dark light. What the hell are they talking about, a dark light? Is it supposed to be, like, nighttime for this? Maybe? The fault of learning on your own. You pick up a bad habit and you don't have anybody to correct it. Well, yeah, and then you just assume that you're fine for, like, years. But, you know, it's just kind of one of those things that after so long of playing, I don't know, like, I'd tell Keo on occasion, you know, that I'm kind of really frustrated that I've been playing guitar for 15 years and I'm not nearly as good at it as I imagined I would be when I started. Like, I don't know that, you know, when I heard Dragon Force, you know, that was definitely something that was like a goal. But, you know, I realized after some time playing that I was probably never going to be as good as Herman Lee, and that was okay. That I didn't need to be as good as Herman Lee in order to still do some of what I wanted to do. And as my interests changed, it was still easy to more or less keep up with those things. But now I'm in this thing for 15 years, right? 15 years of guitar playing, and I'm still not nearly as good as I would like to be at playing. And to me, that's just kind of tragic. You know? I want to be better at it. And I know that has everything to do with effort, and sometimes I'm not the best at motivating myself, but man, sure would be good to be good, you know? Use my habit by offspring. Bad habits die like an ex, you want them to, but they just keep showing up. Woof. Hey, look at that. Pierce the gaze. There you go. Really? The dude didn't think to come here at night. Say the road's a dangerous place. If you let me off, I'll get in your face. Drive on my ass, your foot's on the gas, and your next breath is your last. My favorite examples of utilizing my bad habit of using my thumb on the bottom of the fretboard is AC/DC's Highway to Hell, since that's how he does the second chord, and Pull Me Under by Dream Theater. He uses it to the F chord in the clean section, but he does it so quickly, you can barely tell that's what he does. Yeah, the thumb under the fretboard. And you see, that was something that I was always doing, so, you know, I don't really have any problems with that. You know, I actually do remember being in my guitar class, and it's like, really, when they teach you how to play guitar in basic guitar class in high school, they really try to teach you more along the lines of how to do something more classical. But that was never what I wanted to do. Nevertheless, I was very ahead of everybody in the fact that I actually knew how to do a lot of those basic chords pretty well. So Windsor had to grade me off of an entirely different set of skills almost, because he mostly wanted he wouldn't have taken points away from anybody else for having a slightly out of tuned guitar, but where I was constantly tuning my guitar between dropped D and standard, yeah, he got very anal attentive about the tuning that my guitar was in. But I mean, I suppose that's only fair, given the fact that I was on a much higher level of playing than a lot of other kids in the class. Everybody else, there were people that had started that class that had never picked up a guitar before, and I had already been playing for about a year. So my nephew is doing guitar classes in junior high. I told him he should have come to me instead. What I'm saying is you have a very particular set of skills. Sometimes. Damn it, I have to waste something good just in order to pick up this thing I don't want. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. Give me this back. Skills you've acquired over a very long career. Damn it. But yeah, it is definitely a struggle to constantly feel like you're subpar. The hard thing about that is that I've actually been told by many that I'm actually a very talented guitar player, but I just don't personally see it in myself, same way that a lot of other people do. So it is a struggle for me. Fine, I'm playing my guitar for you. Yeah, sorry, it went over my head, Rar, I'm sorry. You're not very talented. Oh, BS. Damn it. I think I know how to land on something. Come on. Says I can gallop like nobody's business. Nothing can go over my head. My reflexes are too quick. I would catch it. You're supposed to catch it so it doesn't go over your head. Yeah. Alright. I honestly don't remember this shrine. I know I've done it before, but I don't remember it. The horses of the great Mogul hordes of the Who cannot compare to my gallop. You have an impressive gallop, do you? I mean, I guess it's been a minute since I've actually heard you play. Aside from the segments that you periodically will send to me. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on upstairs, but I just caught a segment of whatever Kyo was listening or watching, and it's just kind of funny. People not being nice to each other. I'm pretty sure it's Fruits Basket. I could be wrong. Almost do the opening to Call of Cthulhu without screwing up now, thanks to the thumb on the back of the neck thing. I used to find it impossible. Yeah, I don't know. I think I really just need to try to get in the habit of playing more. But there's so many video games and my time is so limited. Also, video games are easy, and it's a lot easier to keep my child off of me as long as I'm gaming. I want to play my guitar. Go for it. I endorse this idea. Play guitar. One of these days, I'm gonna have something special ready for Scorns. Something real special. Yeah, when I get the chord progression correct on the onto the Hellfire, that actually sounds a lot better than it did when I first started. I actually played that segment like repeatedly for like 2 days straight, just trying to get that that pattern down. It's been a while since last you played on your guitar. That's usually in standard is an F standard. Oh gosh. Yeah, a little bit. Jam session stream with Sarge and Metal when? That was a great question. We used to jam quite frequently back in the day. Yep, we did used to do that a lot. Remember when I did? I actually still have the Guitar Pro file for that. Yeah, for that little cover we were doing. It's kind of a shame that I never actually happened. I'd have to play on the Epiphone though if I wanted to play in drop D. Where are you? Oh, really? We're back in this place, huh? The hell? I am almost certain. Let's see, we were doing that, and I think we were also doing doing something else too, weren't we? I'm almost certain I'm working. A common misconception about me, I only downpick. I mean, you used to only downpick. I think that was one thing that also, at some point, I remember you being very excited about that realization that you can actually get quite a bit done when you do more than just downpicking. Did all the fuel with only downpicking. I mean, there's some songs you can tell are just like they're just better if you downpick them. Absolutely, you definitely get a lot better of a chug out of it when you're doing it that way. But sometimes It's not as realistic to play something like that. Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. Yeah, weren't we also working on Chapter 4? Pretty sure we were working on Chapter 4 by Avenged Sevenfold as well. Of course, I don't really do Avenged Sevenfold, like, at all anymore. It was a time long gone. First time I did Fuel My Wrist killed for, like, a week. Unholy Confessions. Is that the one we were doing? Actually, also, still kind of remember how to play that one as well. This is Zora Sword. But we're going to need to... I hate that I have to drop more valuable things just to empty out chests. Kind of irritating. Okay. Get rid of that. Even A7X doesn't do the string jumping with it anymore. They do the pull-offs now. I don't know. Honestly, ever since the stage, my interests changed in what I like in my music, and I just, you know, Avenged Sevenfold is probably something I'd... Maybe one day I'll go back to it, maybe, but, like, they just put out that new album. I'm not even interested, to be honest. Like, I haven't even taken a look at it. Yeah. Stage, yeah. Stage was definitely a turnoff. Stopped after Nightmare. I actually liked Nightmare. But that was it for me. After Nightmare, I was kind of like, okay, yeah, I think I'm moving on. I think my interests are changing a little bit. Because it was like, the first year or so of my musical exploration was just Dragon Force. All I had was Dragon Force for like a solid year. Those first 4 albums that they did, phenomenal. And then after the drama with ZP and they kind of just stopped making music, I started branching out a little bit further. I said, you know what, I kind of think I'd like to know more about different stuff. I had King hook me up with all of the Metallica, and I listened to some Metallica for a while. And then I also found out about Avenged Sevenfold and All That Remains about the same time. And I liked those two for 2 entirely different things. But yeah, I was pretty much bouncing back and forth exclusively between that. Avenged Sevenfold, All That Remains, Metallica, and then periodically some Dragon Force, but not nearly as much. But yeah, I feel like Avenged Sevenfold was a big influence towards like me wanting to play in dropped tunings. So that got me interested in playing dropped D tuning. And, you know, obviously I was playing with Colton as well. Sorry for using your IRL name if you ever see this video. But yeah, I kind of got to a point where I was like, you know what, I think I want to learn other stuff. And I mean, playing in the band definitely helped. And then doing the solo project when we decided we were just gonna start doing our own thing, that really kind of worked out in my favor as well. We played a lot of our own stuff. We didn't really do a lot of covers. We worked on making our own music. So while it wasn't a particularly phenomenal sound, it still was something unique that we were doing, and it was helping me to gain my skills, but we just haven't really been making music as much as we used to back in the day. You focus more on composing? Yeah. Respect them heavily as musicians. I felt the stage and their later progressions was really a huge turning point to the sound. It isn't bad, it just isn't something just something I've heard better things. Yeah. Definitely. Stage, in my opinion, is far too political for its own good, and I don't blame you, Scorns. It jumped ship at a good time. Hail to the King was nothing but rip-off after rip-off. Yeah. Well, and I mean, I'm pretty sure that they said in an interview that the album was, like, based off of all of their prior um, influences, I guess. Yeah, all the things that had influenced them as musicians up to that point. So yeah, there was a lot of things you could put side by side to their album, and just you could tell. You're like, okay, this is the song for sure. It was total Metallica, Maiden, Motorhead, Megadeth inspired record. Yeah. This Means War. You put that right side by side with Sad But True, and it's basically the same song. Boneless, sad but true. Yeah. Sad but true. Sad but true. Yeah. Yeah, it occurred to me one day. I'm sitting there listening to it, and it's like the progression in This Means War. I'm just sitting there. Da, 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 da. Na, 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 na. Sad but true. And you just throw in Metallica's Sad but True right into the chorus. Right, you know exactly where it goes too. You're like, this is exactly where James Hetfield would be saying Sad but True. Sound like a B-side record than actual material. Needs more. Yeah! Yeah! Or when I got home from the DR, you told me that Avenged Sevenfold had a new album, and I was so excited. You played me This Means War. If you'll get me fired, give me Sell It on the side. Ooh, yeah! Hail to the King is AC/DC's Thunderstruck. Have we checked around in here? I don't know that we've actually, like, poked around and done stuff here. Looks like there's nothing really to do in here. Oh, that's cool. We've got this giant-ass guardian sitting up here. Give me burger, give me fries, give me salad on the side. Research diary for anti-aging rune. Classified for Purra's eyes only. Let's read it. Date unknown. Work has finally begun on my anti-aging rune. If all goes to plan, I believe it will effectively reverse the aging process. This technology will enable us to make retired warriors young again, thereby strengthening the Hyrulean army. When Calamity Ganon inevitably returns, we'll be ready. Our offense will be solid, and our defense impenetrable. The need for this tech pains me, but I truly hope to use it to attain everlasting peace for all. The beta version of my anti-aging rune is complete. I have already added it to the Sheikah slate I made for myself. Since I am to be the test subject of this experiment, Simon booted up the rune and directed its rays at my body. After 20 seconds of exposure, I felt extreme fatigue, and broke into a fever, forcing us to cease the experiment. Unable to stay awake, I went to bed immediately. Tomorrow I will try to figure out what went awry. Anti-aging experimental trial day 2. My extreme full body fatigue has slightly improved, for which I am grateful. Still, I do not recognize the face in my mirror. The hair is thick again, and floor length. My wrinkles, once deep as trenches, have vanished without a trace. Seems the anti-aging effect works. However, I did not expect the reversal to happen so frighteningly fast. This morning, I kicked Simon awake and had him run a full physical exam on me. My height, weight, vision, bone density, heart, blood, we tested everything that we could, pushing our facility to its limit. Our discoveries were startling. My results were typical of a Sheikah woman in her early 50s. In other words, I've reversed my age by more than 70 years in a single night. I can only hope I do not awaken to find I have the body of a newborn baby. Anti-aging experimental trial day 3. I awoke with an abundance of energy. It has been decades since I slept so well. Upon waking, I immediately checked the mirror, only to be greeted by a youthful version of myself. According to Simon's examination, I have the body of a Sheikah woman in her 30s. 30 years old. I was around that age when I was first able to continue my research following the Great Calamity. The first thing that I did was try to figure out how to expand the functionality of the Sheikah sensor. I was around 80 years old when that expansion was completed. I intend to bequeath this tech to our sleeping hero. I hope to the gods that he will be able to assist in the destruction of the calamity that swallowed our Princess Zelda whole. Anti-aging experimental trial day 4. After today's routine physical, the results show that I have a body of a Sheikah woman in her 20s. I haven't felt this good in a century. This is all taking me back to when the Great Calamity happened. Oh, to be 20 again. Would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Ganon had been dormant for 10,000 years. Perhaps his power had been building all that time. The slaughter that followed was arbitrary and merciless, a destruction complete. We lost everything. Hyrule Castle, Princess Zelda. Well, perhaps not everything was lost. A youth named Link was brought to me 100 years ago, covered in wounds and on death's doorstep. Link, so young, yet so courageous. He was the youngest knight to have ever been appointed to the Imperial Guard at Hyrule Castle. He was also a gifted swordsman who was selected as captain of Princess Zelda's personal guard. I thought his skills would be enough to defeat Ganon in glorious fashion. 10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck! It's guarding the house. That nice. All walk different paths of Metal Mountain hike. We can all agree that Hail the King sucks. Yeah, it definitely does. The self-title, Hail to the King. I actually liked the song at first, mainly because I could play it as, that's right, hail to me, bitches. I thought his skills would be enough to defeat Ganon in glorious fashion. Since ancient times, the royal family of Hyrule and us Sheikah researchers have had a strong bond. Their pain is our own. We took the swordsman and the Sheikah slate Princess Zelda left behind to the Shrine of Resurrection. Although the slumber of restoration had not been fully tested, we decided to put the swordsman under to save his life. It was the best we could do. Anti-aging experimental trial day 5. I awoke to something horrifying, a scarlet lump scarring my otherwise youthful face. After analyzing this monstrosity, I've come to the conclusion that it is just a pimple. A big one. The results of today's physical exam indicate that my body and mind have reverted to those of a teenager. I feel like Simon looks at me differently, which irritates me. I got angry when he insisted on running my blood test for me. I mean, really, what even? I can do it all by myself. In any case, I wonder what experiment I should focus on next. The blue flame in the furnace outside is growing weaker by the day. I do hope the guidance stone doesn't stop working. Day 6. My age reversal has progressed further still. I now look and feel like a 6-year-old. My height has regressed so much that I can no longer reach things in high places. It's super annoying. Where is that genius swordsman we placed under the slumber of restoration anyway? Wake up already. If he doesn't awaken soon, my feature expansions of the Sheikah sensor will go to waste. But even if he does manage to wake up, how can I be sure he'll find me here? I want to go and just kick Linky awake, but I doubt Simon would help me. It'd be hard with my 6-year-old body anyway. Instead, I think I'll begin working on a rune to unreverse my aging process. Anti-aging experimental trial day 7. Gosh, this thing goes forever. This morning's exam results indicated I'm still age 6, same as yesterday. Perhaps my age reversal has stopped. As luck would have it, today I also finished developing the beta version of an age-boosting rune. If successful, this should be able to reverse the effects of the anti-aging rune. I hope it will, anyway. All I need to do is increase the output and expose myself to its rays. However, when I tried to add this feature to the Sheikah slate I made, I found that the guidance stone had stopped. What's more, the blue flame in the furnace outside has gone out. I sent Simon to the ancient furnace, but he was too clumsy and it was raining and nothing went to plan. So I had to go down there to help, but a girl in the village saw me. What a mess I've made. Not only am I unable to continue my research in this state, I can only work by the light of the gas lamps. What to do? I can't believe it. Our hero, Linky, has awoken from his 100-year slumber. As expected, he has lost his memory. The slumber of restoration. I really should have done a test on that thing first. Well, live and learn. In any case, he got the ancient furnace working, so now I can start my research once again. Finally. Only a true gifted and heroic swordsman like him could have achieved all that. Speaking of, this seems like a good opportunity to get him to do some other chores for me, too. Heh. I mean, we haven't spoken with her since, and I remember that there is actually supposed to be a way to improve the runes that are in the Sheikah slate, so maybe we should do that. You read it, didn't you? Yeah, I read it. Well, I commend your honesty. Still, it is never acceptable to rummage through a young lady's private musings. Got it? Naturally, you should be punished for that. Switch on. Oh dear. All Sheikah slate runes have now been deleted. I completely deleted the data on your Sheikah slate. Go on, take a look. Yup. Mind if I run an idea by you? Go for it. Mom, a boy read my cutie's diary. Gotcha. Ha. Did you like my guidance stone impression? Superb, right? Don't young girls do mean impressions for fun? Maybe not. Oh well. Snap. Something on your mind? Something good? Aha! I'm glad you asked. If you bring me some ancient materials, I'll power up your runes. You'll need 3 ancient screws to power up your Sheikah sensors. You'll need 3 ancient shafts to power up your remote bombs. You'll need 3 ancient cores to power up your stasis. If we're on the same page, stop staring at me. Hurry up and bring me some of those ancient materials. Oh, we should have been doing that forever ago. There you go. I'm game. Sheikah sensor. Okay then, Sheikah sensor upgrade underway. Guidance stone, lock removed. Now, let's do this thing. Now, what have you got for me, Metal King? Searching for compendium items. That's dope. Guitar I did for my native heritage. Well, I'm thinking about if I do that custom one, that I'll do it and replace the native one. I'll paint it up just like this one, but won't have the hatchet design. Really like this one I made, except for a few flaws that made it a bit difficult to play. Hatchet design for the inlays, I mean. That one seems like it's kind of sentimental value to you, isn't it? Seemed kind of a bit sad to get rid of it. The Sheikah Sensor Plus. I really want to see it. Yes, quite. So if you don't mind, how about showing Simon that spiffy Sheikah Sensor Plus later? Yes, I've got more. Let's do remote bomb. You need some ancient shafts. You can have them. Blast and recharge faster. Stronger blast, recharge faster. Force of blast can damage monsters or destroy objects. Nice. Gonna see if you can fix it first. That's what I would do, honestly. See if you can improve upon the existing one. Yes, let's power up stasis. This will allow us to briefly freeze Lionels, I'm pretty sure. I think personally I've found that it's not of as much help as one would think. The faster recharge is helpful, but... what's this? Perhaps you already went and powered them all up. Well, I suppose with your Sheikah Slate and your legendary swordsmanship, we have nothing to fear. Yes, quite. Nothing at all. Not even Calamity Ganon. I don't know why I thought that was a door. Might be getting tired. Cool. Well, that's one side quest done. Action is the biggest factor. String height at the 22nd fret is 7 millimeters. It's supposed to be around 1.5. Wow, that's pretty significant. Looks like we have another thing we can do over here. Needed some raw gourmet meats to complete this one. Let's just get that out of the way. Yeah, that is some significant action. It would be nice to get that down a bit, I'm sure. So we're up to 68 shrines. Not too bad. So what do you guys think? Am I going for all 120 with this playthrough, or should we consider wrapping this game up soon? And it's not too late. I could do it tonight. I can do it right now. Do it. Do what? All shrines or finish the game? What have you got? All shrines and then repeat. Oh, man. I think by repeat you mean play Breath or Tears of the Kingdom instead. Because that's what's gonna happen. I got more shit for you. Sarge's pick, I referred. Do what must be done. Do not hesitate, show no mercy. Wow. That's still a lot of diamonds. Do not need that many diamonds. Hmm. That's finally going to afford me the, yeah, it's going to be able to unlock the last fairy fountain that we needed to do. The other side of those rocky mountains to the east are the ancient Colosseum ruins. It's a fell place, teeming with monsters. Only scavengers hunting for weapons dare to enter the ruins. Say, on an entirely different topic, I've recently begun selling adventuring gear as I travel. Doing work as a watchman certainly fills my soul, but not my pockets. Maybe I'll buy. Apologize for only having arrows. I need my money, though, unfortunately. Dare you to do Colosseum ruins and Tears of the Kingdom? Maybe I will. There we go. Meaty aroma. You don't happen to have any raw gourmet meat on you, do you? I'm no freeloader, of course. I'll pay you well if you split it with me. For real? Well, you don't have to tell me twice. I'll take one. Does 100 rupees work for you? Yes. As a matter of fact, it does. I'm starting to feel better about this job. I'm going to really work my hardest. If you get a hold of any more raw gourmet meat, hook me up. Yeah, how much you want? I have some meat. How much of that do I have, anyway? I feel like I got a bit. Oh. The bridge so much that it's hitting the pickups. Well, it might be down just a little too far. Oh. So more than enough for today. If you get a hold of more raw gourmet meat, come see me tomorrow. But I'm here right now, punk. Well, that's another one of them down. Ask Prima what she loves most. I thought I did that one already. Oh yeah, we did spot a shrine out there too. Let's go over here, unlock the last fairy fountain, and see what we can do about upgrading the last of our gear. There is something I kind of have been skipping over in mention. This game does have DLC that we have not done anything with. Should we play the DLC for this, or should we move on to the next game? And I mean, for Zelda, that's going to mean playing Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. See if I can collect some fairies here. Damn. Come here. Gotcha. $10,000 rupees. You're already playing Age of Calamity? Fine watching the DLC? I've never played Age of Calamity. I've played a lot of the other one, but I haven't ever played Age of Calamity. Larkin says he's fine to watch the DLC. It's two-player, yeah. We played some of the original together back when that first released on the Wii U. I want to say sometime 2014, 2015. I was expecting someone bigger, I guess. But a slim little lad like you will do just fine, yes? Thanks to you, my power has been returned to me. And I think you'll agree, a good deed deserves a good reward. I can enhance your clothing, but I require the necessary materials to do it. With the power available to me, I can enhance your clothing to the max. Enhance away. What we got? I can upgrade the diamond circlet. Get that guardian resist up. Interesting. Just do a little bit of everything, I think. Yeah, get the barbarian helm up, since we've been primarily wearing that a lot. Gonna need some more Bokoblin guts. Oh dear. Whoa! Well, guys, I think we know what happens when you get to a little bit more than kissing. Hem. You get DLC. You are, maybe not wrong. Yikes. Alright, I think this is gonna be it right here. So I wonder what you need in order to fully upgrade. Looks like I can do that one more and more. Okay, cool. We have enough Silent Princess for the Champion's Tunic. We need 2 Shard of Farash's Horn. I'm so bad at tracking down those dragons, though, unfortunately. But now we have some some good stuff for protecting us against those guardians. See, we have actually a pretty significant armor rating right now at 44. Go down to 25 with the set here, get that attack up. Okay. I mean, I don't see any reason why we couldn't just finish the game and then just continue playing and doing extra shrines, just going until I'm just kind of like, you know what, I think I'm done. That temptation is pretty strong. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I mean, as it stands right now, I feel like we're going to be pretty OP against that final boss anyway. Unless I'm remembering wrong. What's this? You know Prima? That's Miss Prima to you. You ever been to the inn there? Prima is the clerk over at that Tonpu Inn. This is tough. I have to give her something. You need anything else? Yeah, let's get this quest wrapped up. This one as well, yeah. Hello, welcome to Tonpu Inn. Regular bed is 20 rupees, or if you're looking for a more relaxing and restorative mind and body experience, you can have one of our extra soft downy beds for 40 rupees. Sure, why not? Got a blood moon, did we? Oops. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Come back again soon. So did you need something from me? Yeah, what do you like? Why is he asking? Whatever, I'll just say something random. I'll tell you something that I really like. Crickets. It's my dream to have my very own collection of 100 restless crickets. As if. Well, buddy? Checking everyone out today, too. Checking just never stops. What is it? I talked to Prima. What? Prima told you what she wants. Prima never even talks to me. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. So then, what is it? Prima wants restless crickets. And 100 of them? What a small world. I love restless crickets. I'm a connoisseur of them. I think that's what that word means. But catching 100 of them is going to be tough. Think you can help me get started on those? How about you get me 10 of them? I'll get you something nice for your trouble. Pretty sure I've got 10 of them. I've got the goods. Wow, that was fast. I haven't even caught one yet. Well, let me see those restless crickets you caught. You really got them. I thought you were just messing with me. Okay, so, yep, that's 10. Thanks, I'll take them. A little something for your troubles. Nice, more rupees. I'll never turn up my nose at more rupees. I'll go ahead and catch the rest of them. I'll take them to Prima, and we'll have that date. Oh no, my stutter. Yeah, don't be obvious. Please. Yep. I apologize, Larkin. I just realized that it's been a minute since I've stopped in your stream, but I just remembered that your handle is streamer with stutter. I was not meaning to make fun of people with a stutter. I was just saying for him, if he wanted to be, I don't know, maybe not try to hide it so much, maybe, you know. Now, usually, my feelings is, if you've got something that makes you different, rocket, you know? I think that we're all the unique individuals that we are meant to be, and you know, being ashamed of things that we have is kind of almost a detriment to our own mental health, really. Having peace of mind and acceptance of self goes a long way towards one's mental health. So it's good to be mindful of the things that, you know, the person may be challenged with. I know for me, I lose my train of thought a lot. I really lose my train of thought a lot. I'll be mid-sentence and then just like, boop, it's gone. And I do that a lot. Or repeat myself. I do that a lot too. I just had the sudden urge to use a combination of moves from Tears of the Kingdom that actually doesn't exist in this game. Hey, no, that's still not what I was looking for. Why are we using the good sword? It's a Boko bat. Oh, I appreciate that. Loosen up, Larkin. Picked up some extra topaz. Can't complain with that. Like that sword, you mean the lady, right? I like my my royal swords. They make me sad when they bust. Big factor that you wouldn't think would affect your needed string that much, but really does. Make your own freaking tunematic bridge is facing. Make sure. You didn't put that in the right way? I could do it. Alright. Get all good and loosened up. So, Larkin, are you planning on doing Tears of the Kingdom after your Age of Calamity playthrough? Is that what you've been waiting for? As on backwards, so the saddle for the low E was holding up the high E, hence why I had it so high. High E was resting too low. Well, I can definitely see that being a problem. Glad you were able to get that figured out, though. Ow. Punk! I have to readjust the saddles. G-string is giving me trouble. What else is new? I think that's almost to be expected, right? You, trying to do some of the repairs that you are working on. Unless Drax started to let that go right over his head. Oh, unlike Drax started to let that go over his head. I let a lot of things go right over my head. You're good. Unfortunately, a lot of things just right overhead. I honestly wonder sometimes if I have something along the lines of like ADD. Don't know for sure. I haven't really taken too much of a look into what all goes into that, but I do know that it's considered to be, or between ADD and ADHD, those are usually considered to be anxiety disorders, and yep, I definitely got that. Bye? And I definitely explain why I have some trouble with staying on task with a lot of things. That's not the statue I was looking for. We need the one that's not going to be taking things away from us. Only question is, where is it in this town? I think it's up this way, isn't it? So you're gonna do Age of Calamity first, then Breath of the Wild, and then Tears of the Kingdom after that. So it sounds like you've got your work cut out for you, trying to do them all. But I suppose it just puts us in the same boat, really. Just in a different play order. So, yeah, where exactly is the fairy shrine in this one? Or goddess shrine, I should say. At the mayor's house? Ah, yes, there it is. Thank you, King. Let's go for another heart container. I just remember we were supposed to go and grab that that one per Larkin's help. There was something about a giant skeleton in that area, and I'm trying to remember where exactly that's at in the Hebra region. Yeah, we have 20 of the possible 30 hearts you can have in this game. Really not bad. Okay. Let's go seeing if we can find our missing shrine. Okay. Larkin, by chance, do you still have that interactive map available to you? And it just occurred to me, I haven't heard a roar in a good minute either, so I guess I probably should sit on alert just in case. Got that map handy? Great. Okay, so it was, yep, there it is. I knew it was coming and I still jumped. Okay, so we do know that it's in this general over here somewhere. Oh, cool. Guess can't do that again. Sometimes I wish that the menus were a little bit more active times so that you'd be able to kind of figure these, or do extra stuff while you're waiting. All that for icy prime meat? Are you kidding me? Alright. Alright, so. Is the entrance that I'm looking for on the north-facing side or the south-facing side? Also, is my icon even in the right general? So you said it was like in the Hebron North Summit region. I don't know whether that's actually in the right spot or not. Well, more to the left with the pin. Okay. It's like over here. Yeah, okay. Excuse the hell out of you, sir. Is this something that's, can you tell if this is something that's more like it's inside a cave or if it's actually outside? Alright, Rar, no looking. Just downing another moose. Also, Larkin, I hope you don't take offense to me killing moose. Yeah, that moment when you realize you're starting to accumulate quite a few Canadian friends. This is not what I was looking for. How's it going, Pizza Panda? No, dear Rhino. Yeah, we're just kind of massacring everything around us lately. It's going pretty good. We're just continuing on additional Breath of the Wild playthrough. I'm technically where I could finish the game if I wanted to, but some reason my community wanted me to keep going, so we're just kind of doing extras. We know that there's a shrine somewhere around here that we're trying to hunt down, but I can't tell if this is somewhere on the north side of this in a cave, maybe, or if it's actually accessed from the south side, or what's going on. Playing Tears of the Kingdom. That's awesome. I finished my playthrough of it after about, it was about 85 hours of playtime. Definitely enjoyed it. Looking forward to playing it for the stream as well, but I am trying to figure out some ways to elongate before I play Tears of the Kingdom live. As much as I enjoyed the game, I would like to try and give myself at least a little bit of a break before I restart it. High E set and intonated. 1 down, 5 to go. Very nice. Doing side quests, a little more exploring. Yeah, there's a lot to do in Tears of the Kingdom, and yeah, you could easily put a good amount of time into it. I definitely did not do everything. before I finished up. Metal King did, though. Metal King did. Sorry, I'm starting to get to that point where I've been live long enough that my words are starting to turn into a word salad. Okay, going for that 100% run. Yeah, that's brave. I'm beginning to suspect that this thing is actually... Hello. This. It's this.
Daruk's protection is now ready to roll.
Just eat pizza salad and you're golden. You're in the right spot, but you gotta make the snowball. Let's knock down that door. Just looked at a video. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Larkin, thank you so much for taking the time out to look that up for me. That means a lot to me. Thank you. I feel like we probably could have been at this one for, like, forever. Trying to figure it out. I hate getting it just right, so it does it. Yeah, this is going to be a good and proper pain, I'm sure. Let's probably save the game before that thing rolls all the way down, and could have looked it up myself. This is true, I probably could have. And if I hadn't been live, I probably would have as well. So what, I just throw it down and hope it lands in the right place?
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
That didn't work. Please tell me the snowball reloads. Oh, there's actually a few of them. Cool. They don't? Okay. There's a specific spot you gotta throw from. Let me guess. From here is probably not far enough. Oh, hey. That did, drop a gem for me, though. Are you really? Are you serious about this right now? Go away. Go away, you dum-dum. Good Gauss almighty. Seriously, what is it with these, monsters? They're all just kind of wanting to come at me at once lately. Okay. I told you to go away! Raw prime meat. So, a specific spot. They do not reload. Of course, why would we want to make this any easier than it should be, right? Kind of seems to me like this ought to go that way. Yep, that was good. Okay. I think we found the spot. I think it's right over here. But no. I think we're going to be reloading this a few times. Peach Panda, without giving too many spoilers, how far would you say that you are into Tears of the Kingdom? Give like a rough estimate on hours and regional phenomenon that you've completed to this point. Two huge problems with the guitar I believe I have fixed now. One, the bridge was backwards. Two, the dry climate has made some of the frets constrict and pop out a little, so I just had to hammer them back in. I'm glad that you were able to figure out some of the issues with it. Are we not supposed to throw it down this way? I could have sworn that that's where we're supposed to go. I don't know why I bothered chasing after that. I'm just going to have to load again. That's good. I'm glad you were able to figure it out, though. Be interesting to find out how much better the guitar plays after you've got that got those issues figured out. Are you serious? Come on. Eh? What up, Keo? Are you finished drawing? Nice. How'd it go? This is not going well. Good, you think? You're gonna post it on the server, right? Maybe. Oh, is it a little inappropriate? No. Since the strings are a lot lower, pinch harmonics are, well, a pinch. Very nice. Yep. Well, that's neat. I'm glad that that I worked out for you. Hey, wait a minute. I think I'm going at this the wrong way. Aww. Yeah, we're gonna be at this like all freaking night. Action is currently at 1.75 millimeters. That's actually really good. Aw, Keo. I don't see any problem with that. Not too bad considering the 7, right? Yeah, no. Getting it down to around the correct range is really good. So, congrats on that.
Guess what she said?
Oop. Starting to suspect that this is not where it's actually supposed to go. Want a hint? Yeah, I'll take a hint. Beginning to wonder if maybe I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, I see. So you're supposed to roll a few of them down that way then, is that what I'm understanding? Oh, okay. Can you just wait there for just a second? Okay, thank you. I get it. Right? I'm almost certain that's what we're supposed to do. Keep the snowball from, completely going down the wrong way. may have revitalized my love for this guitar. Very nice. I'm glad. Glad that worked out for you. Shoot. Well, we're getting close. Making some snow boulders is what we're doing. Okay, here we go. Ah, rip. I'm beginning to suspect that maybe I don't have it correct after all. Hmm. Yeah, it's like it feels like it's just got to roll over the top of this at just the right angle. There we go. If we have two in here, maybe that'll provide a nice bridge for that to roll through. Alright, hopefully we're on the right track now. There we go. Boom. Nice. Nice. Alright, Larkin, thank you so very much for helping me out with that. Thanks for helping me find it, and thank you for helping me figure out how to get in here as well. Because I could have probably frustratingly spent my entire evening on that. What's interesting is that I remember being in here, but I don't remember the puzzle to get here. We're starting to get to a point where I'm almost going to need a map in order to find where everything, or where the rest of these shrines are at. I imagine that if I had something in front of me, an additional map, probably could wrap a lot more of these up a lot more quickly. But yeah, where it's just been so long since I've played Breath of the Wild all the way through before and done all these shrines, it's just, yeah, doesn't always come to mind what we're supposed to do. Alright, Larkin, off to bed. Sounds good. I probably am not going to be alive for too much longer anyway. I'm starting to wear out pretty badly. Um, so yeah, I hope that I can catch you maybe in Moonstream in the morning if you're planning on being there, or I will definitely see you around in either your stream if I can get to you, or in one of mine. But yeah, have an excellent night, and we'll chat with you again. Action is actually supposed to be around 2mm to 2.5mm for the low E. I was misreading the 1.5mm height as the whole thing. That's just actually for the high E. I'm at 1.75 the whole thing. That's good. That's pretty. That's so it means that you're pretty. You got some pretty low action on there. Then it's pretty good. It's interesting. We're actually getting to a point where there's only like 51 of these shrines left. And we do still have a quest log with a few more that we can find as well. A landscape of a stable. A brother's roast. Sounds like he went to Gorko Tunnel, southwest of Gorko Lake, to dig up the secret of the hero. The Gerudo Desert Gateway. There's a swordsman's statue. Point the way to the treasure. However, getting there means braving the sandstorms. Huh. 3 times too high to a bit low. I'll take it. Yep. Makes it a lot easier to play that way, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to see if maybe we can get a few of these extras cleared off of the map and stuff. At this point, yeah, I'm definitely not going to be investing my time in trying to get through Hyrule Castle, but it does help to know that we're not far off on that. See, how far out was it? It was all the way out there. Definitely not going to be able to fly our way all the way out there. Kind of wonder just how far out we can get with some of the stamina replenishing meals. We are actually already pretty close to it. Now we're hit that sweltering heat. The interesting thing is that if you put on the flame breaker, it doesn't prevent you from overheating in the desert. It's one of those details that I just always think is just interesting. I mean, I guess we could wear the Bai outfit. There you go. Tried the Caribbean splash version of Do Baja Blast yet? No, I actually have not. Might have to take a look into that tomorrow. Guava is pretty good. Passion fruit doesn't really taste much like passion fruit to me. I'm not even really sure if I know what passion fruit tastes like. Yes, thank you. I can see it. Rawr. Passion with a hint of fruit. It's a delicious sour fruit. Rawr, I'm a little surprised you're still awake. Larkin just headed off to sleep. I know it's approaching 2 a.m. there. Yes. Being a bit of a night owl. Hello? I'm done for. Just found the shrine, too. Ah, my throat is so dry. Can't move a muscle. If this really is the end, I wish I could have at least one last taste. One sip. One sip of an ice-cold noble pursuit. Am I gonna be able to warp back out here, or no? Lady, I kind of would love for you to get off of this. Are you freaking kidding me? Neighbor's dog was barking on and off for an hour, so you're wide awake. I hate that. When somebody else's pets keep you awake, it's just kind of like, ugh. It's part of the reason why we only have cats. Cats are a lot more manageable, even though sometimes they do wake you up in the middle of the night doing random shit. They aren't as loud as dogs, so you know that they're not keeping anybody else awake but yourself. Ours are pretty good. They're not usually brats in the middle of the night. Occasionally, but not often. Okay, so what did they need? They needed the perfect drink. Sounded like she was muttering about wanting to drink something called Noble Pursuit. So, Rar, did you happen to see the remake for Super Mario RPG? Yeah. Yeah, she messaged me all very excited about it when I just thought it was funny because we had just finished playing that on my channel not that long ago. So, excellent timing. He went over there. I wonder if he's done stomping. Who went over there? Chill shrooms are great, but the nights here are so cold. Maybe I should get some sun shrooms instead. What's the password? Drink at the milk bar or something. I'm almost guessing we gotta get in there somehow. The closed shop Fashion Passion has a secret entrance where only members can get in. To gain entrance, you need a password known only to members. It seems that once you give the wrong password, you won't be able to try again for an entire day. It's not even a trackable quest, huh? Fashion Passion. Well, Nabarus is acting all calm and proper now. I wonder what happened. Anyway, it looks like I'll be getting more customers, so I've got to do my best too. As long as you're here, why don't I see about getting another outfit in a different color? Yeah, sure, why not? Changing the color of your clothes is a really trendy thing to do right now for young Vi traveling beyond town. There's a store in Hateno Village, the Kochi Dye Shop, where you can dye your clothes. Hateno Village is pretty far away, though. Not everyone gets to go there. Anything else you need? Nope, not really. It's really hot today, isn't it? Makes me want to get an ice-cold something from the canteen. Okay, which... General store, jewelry shop, inn, general store, general store, general store. Where is this rumored canteen? Regret Not is actually playable on this thing now. Yeah? Nice. It's a fun one to play. I haven't done that one in a minute. Speaking of which, the Divine Beast has gotten quiet, huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't noticed any rocking or shaking at all. I wonder if this has something to do with the chief's heirloom being returned. Do it all the time as an alternate string practice. Hey, I really get soaked for the dough here. When it comes to the arrows. Just keep finding all these random homes. I'm not really sure where the canteen is. What is it? I feel like I've met you before, but I don't recall having any Hylian acquaintances, especially since I've only ever served here in the palace. I've never even set foot beyond the town's walls. I thought I could relax at last, now that Buliera has come of age. But of course, things can't be easy, with the Divine Beast raging around and thieves breaking into town. I am retired now, though, so there isn't a lot I can do, unfortunately. I mean, if any person wanted to tell me where the heck I'd be able to... Oh, hey. I think we found it. Hylian Vi, huh? I can't tell how old you are, but this place is definitely not for young Vi, because the drinks we make here are different from regular drinks. For one, they have a rare treat in them. Ice. Noble Pursuit? You want to try our signature drink, Noble Pursuit? Unfortunately, I need a huge amount of ice to make that drink. I'm fresh out right now. Besides, it's a really strong drink. Even if I could make it, I wouldn't sell it to a little Vi like you. Actually... What did you say? Pocky's collapsed? I want to help her out, but I can't make a you-know-what without ice. There's ice at the ice house, but my legs aren't in the best shape for hauling ice. Should I get it for you? Are you serious? You'll get it? That'd be a huge help. Pocky is my best customer, after all. I wish I could get the ice myself. Anyway, the ice house is north of town, and she manages it. But I think if you explain the situation, she'll let you have some ice. You should know that she heads to bed quite early. If you plan to go, you'll need to get there while it's bright out. Oh, young lady, carrying ice all the way through the desert and then all the way to town? I can't let that stand. If you bring the ice to the entrance to the ruins between town and the ice house, I can take it from there. Okay. That did not entirely make sense to me, but sure, why not? Vi from out of town, Savak. I wanted to plant an orchard here. I picked up trash, I pulled the weeds, I tilled the ground. I did all the stuff you're supposed to do to make the earth happy. But, the trash. All this trash keeps getting washed down into the water trough, and now I can't use the water there anymore. And if I can't use the water anymore, my orchard is doomed. What a D-bag. Right, like seriously, who's just tossing trash here? What's with you? How can I enjoy my snack with you staring at me, huh? Buzz off. Actually... What? Garbage? A small Vi is having trouble? Oh, sure, you spring this on me out of nowhere and expect me to change my lifestyle. Well, no. I do what I want. Don't look at me like that. Fine, I get it. But I need something from you in return. Altruism is for suckers. Just once, I'd like to eat a wild berry. You bring me a wild berry, I can hold off on eating so many melons. Got it. Wild berries grow in snowy areas of the Gerudo Highlands. It's a dangerous region, so the fruit is kind of rare and hardly ever shows up at market. Now that I think on it, there's barely a point if you only bring me one. Let's see. Yes, I'll need at least 10. Do I not have 10? I haven't been thinking about trash at all. Who can think while in a melon trance? I just can't believe the rinds I'm tossing are such a problem. It's all organic material, right? Well, anyway, I feel bad for the little Vi, but I'm going to need at least 10 wild berries if you want me to stop. Berry delivery. Really? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have 10. Sweetness. So that's a wild berry. It's delicious, and no rind to toss. What a magical fruit. If I have these, I might just give up on other fruit entirely. Altruism is for suckers. Now I'm gonna practice it by getting me 10 berries. I guess that would make me the sucker then, wouldn't it? Now I feel bad for the little Vi. Now that my craving's been satisfied, I realize just how horribly selfish I've been. Shame on me. I'm going to go help clean up the trash. I've really caused a lot of trouble, but now I'm going to make it right. Sarkso. You said it. Yep, no denying. What's up here? Nothing of value? Nothing important? Cool. Doesn't it just make your day when you climb up on top of something and there's absolutely no reason to be up there? Makes my day. I did it. Hey, you. Listen to this. Some other Vi I've never met before helped me clean up the trash. And now the water trough is completely back to normal. You told her about the trash, didn't you? Sarksa. Oh, I also got a hydromelon from the lady who cleaned it up. I'll share. It's a Sarksa for caring about me. Oh yeah, the lady who helped clean gave me some wild berries. So now my field is going to be a wild berry patch. You can come eat the berries anytime you like. It'll be great. Okay, that was a super superfluous side quest. Yeah, let's grab a sand seal. This is an ice house used for storing the ice brought down from the mountains. Seeing as we live in a desert, it's pretty important stuff to us, Gerudo. So I guard the ice house 24 hours a day. Actually, I see. Well, if Furosa wants ice, then you should bring her some. You're permitted to take some ice. You've taken the heat into account, right? If you move too slowly, the ice will surely melt. Furosa has no use for water. Oh, right. And you take the ice to her, right? If only. Damn it. Rage Against the Machine won't let sites post the tablature to their songs. That is actually kind of ironic. For a group that's always been thematically known for sticking it to the man. This kind of goes back to what I had mentioned before about kind of my disappointment with some other groups. Something that I admire in the metalcore community, especially, is the willingness to share to help give other people idea and inspiration, where some groups in the past have previously been far too self-absorbed and caring little about the success of others to, you know, provide what they know as an opportunity for other people to learn. Hey, over here, this way. Bring the ice over here. Sorry, lady, I was just trying to keep it out of the sunlight. Oh, no doubt about it. That's definitely ice from the ice house. I'll be able to make a noble pursuit with this. Maybe the best one I've ever made. I've got one more favor to ask. Could you go and let Pocky know? Just tell her the best drink ever is waiting for her. What? No, of course this will work. Knowing her, if she hears a delicious drink is waiting, she'll come running. They can sleep on their own fire, and we testify under the magnificent bulls on parade. They've become the man. You've allowed this Dark Lord to twist your mind until now you are the very thing you swore to destroy. Suppose if we're gonna have to get back to that spot out in the middle of the desert. I've got the sucker fixed. I'm having a hard time putting it down. Is that right? Very nice. I tell you, I used my own two hands, became the destroyer of man. Oh yeah, is that right? True story. Oh, cool. Now we're freezing. You bastard. Did bless and performed a Mitchell-Looker curb stomp breakdown. Any breakdown worth doing is worth doing right. Seriously? Okay. Hey! That item is only for those who have proven themselves in the Sand Seal races. Hands off. What do you want? The great Telly doesn't have time to chat with just anyone. You see, now that the Divine Beast is gone, we can finally use the race course. Tully is busy focusing her energy for the Sand Seal race. Hay is for horses. But here we only have sand seals. Some people need to learn their tunings. They have Panteras Cowboys from Hell listed as D standard. It's actually tuned at 420 Hz or 430 Hz standard. The very middle of standard and half step down. Sounds pedantic to me. Did you want to try to beat Tally's record? I'll warn you, they don't call her Dame of the Dunes for nothing. Yeah, let's do it. Never heard of Hyrule's pastime? The world-famous sand seal racing? I thought everyone knew about it. Isn't that shocking, Tally? You surf with a sand seal and race to the finish line while also going through arches. That's sand seal racing. And if you get off your shield or leave the course bounds, you're disqualified. Tally's record is a minute 30. If you can beat that score, that trophy is yours. This is the grand trophy that's been passed down by 10,000 years of sand seal racing champions. And yet everybody just leaves it right there instead of just, putting it in the hole. Okay, makes sense. 50 rupees per race. Enough talk, let's begin. Are you winning, son? We are absolutely winning, V. A challenger has appeared to take on the Gerudo Sand Seal race. Apparently, one who does not mind risking life and limb. But will our current record fall? The one set by our undefeated champion? The incomparable beast of the desert, the Sand Seal, is ready to ride. Enough talk, let's begin. We're working on it, V. Can our new contestant reach the goal in less than a minute 30, while still passing under every arch? Guess we're gonna find out. The suspense is killing me. I'm going to start the countdown. Just repeating what they say. V, how's your restful evening been going? Reminds me of the cursed Rolo Golo music in Twilight Princess. Yeah, a little bit. You are not wrong. Woo! Wow, they can roll fast. The restful. Sleeping, just woke up. You've woken up a few times. Have you actually been here the whole time and just been sleeping? That's awesome if so. It's a new record. Kinda. Works for me. I love lurkers. Lurkers are amazing. Between waking up and sleeping. Perfect. I believe this belongs to you. This trophy is something special, you know. Our champions have passed down a legend about it for 10,000 years. The legend goes, when the holy jewel is offered unto the pedestal, the chosen one will be granted a new power. But that power has never been granted to anyone, not even to me, obviously. And yet, I sense a power emanating from you, the likes of which I have never felt in anyone else. You should give it a shot. Oh, I see. Okay. So it hasn't ever moved because it's waiting for the right person to place it. Got it. And so, a new champion is born. And there we have it. Yeah, we've pretty much just been focusing on shrines and side quests the entire night. I said I was going to get ready to sleep probably about a half hour ago, and here I am still doing shrines. But, you know, I feel like I just got to catch back up to the progress that I had. You love shrining. I mean, it's not bad, you know. Finding all these things to do is not necessarily a bad thing. Inventory is full. We're gonna drop that. Yeah, and it's still kind of yet to be determined whether we're actually going to do all 120 shrines before we wrap up this game. I'm kind of thinking probably not. 70 is actually, honestly, more than I thought we were going to do. It's, you know, it's definitely just busy stuff. Just keeps us going, keeps us playing. Too many shrines. There are 120 shrines in this game, V. And because everybody else is like, hey, Sarge, yeah, we just want you to keep playing Breath of the Wild. I haven't really had an opportunity to do a lot else. I mean, I suppose it really is my say at the end of the day whether we continue playing Breath of the Wild, but I do try to stick to what everybody else kind of would like to see. So... yeah, we did briefly toss around the idea of finishing this tonight, but that did not happen. I really don't know how much better postured I could be. I'm literally leaning back, but I can definitely hydrate. Thank you so much for that, Scorns. Sit straight. I mean, my shoulders are back. Everything else is pretty much lined up. If you want me to sit up straight, perfect posture. This is what it is. That does not feel wonderful, though. Okay. You remember the part where I shot your buddy in the head? Yeah. Bye. Oh, damn. Who said anything about getting hunchback? You know, I don't think we've actually taken out Molduga yet. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. To get the paddle. Did you really? Dirtbag. I see it. Let's see. What do we want to use on this thing first? Well, that was eventful. Seriously? You big dumb fish? Couldn't have landed the right way for me? Not bad. Molduga guts. Is any of this stuff actually supposed to go in the compendium? No? Perfect. Molduga fin. It's got a lot of fins. Ooh. A royal shield. Want to hear a weird funny fact about Metallica? Go for it. Yeah, we'll just ditch that. Lars Ulrich did drums using garbage bins on Saint Anger. For the record, I like the way that that snare sounds in that album. James Hetfield has baritone guitars. He only uses them for songs that are down a step or in drop to C. He has to tune up to use them. Interesting. That is pretty interesting. You don't know who James Hetfield is? Who cares? I believe Metal King cares. In fact, he cares a great deal. Snare was a little too tight for me in Saint Anger, but Saint Anger was the first Metallica album I ever owned. Or that you ever bought. That's right, it is the first one you'd ever bought. Remember, you were very excited about it back in 4th grade. Wow, that's a good way to destroy a shield now, isn't it? Shall we love you for it? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to rot here. Actually. Huh? Yep, got the edited version when it came out because it was the only version my dad would let me get. I just personally hate having holes in my songs. That's just me. Did you say best noble pursuit ever? Pff, I am gone. She reminds me of one of my coworkers. I was at 5th grade. It was back in the day, okay? Well, I guess it normally has that many scratches in it. Oh, okay. Some people, I swear. You swear? Do we need a swear counter for you too? We might. I was about to say, if I got all that side quest done and still have to complete a quest or complete a entire shrine on top of that, might be a little angry about it. But looks like they were good about it. Sworn what, twice in my life? Oh wait, I've lost count. I lost count a long time ago. Yeah, and people call me a goody good. Honestly, I'm like, I want to keep playing, but I also really want to sleep. But this game is so fun, but I really need to sleep. What do you say instead of swear words? I don't like swearing. I'll include it in my stories if I have to. If you have to, make it sound like such an obligation. You don't have to swear. You get to. Part of the joy of being an adult. People can't tell you what to do. You need your sleepies. I know. That's kind of where I'm at. Days of parental advisory is when our parents were skeptical about language and explicit content on CDs. Surely fun back in the day. You know what's funny though? Inhuman Rampage, the first album I ever owned, comes with an advisory sticker. Man, if I can get to it. Man, I did, I thought. Remember when they just slap them on anything just because the band wanted to sell more albums? Those stickers helped amp the sales. I mean, it was on the cellophane packaging. And I remember that the reason why it has had the advisory on it was specifically because it has the word whore in body breakdown. But yeah, there it is. First album Sarge ever owned. It's seen some better days. The slipcover on it's coming apart. But yeah, got that Dragon Force from way back in the day. Sarge owns a physical copy of a CD? Wow. I mean, Scorns, come on now. Periodically, you just have to own some things, right? I mean, I got a few things in here. Mr. Digital Wizard, hey, that allows for me to have a very impressive library without having to take up too much space. But I have a few gems down here. Alright, so that was the first one I ever owned. There's the most recent one that I own. Masterpiece. It really is. If y'all aren't listening to Lorna Shore, you really should be. Yeah. But I told Kyo I needed to have an actual copy. Absolutely. There was no denying the fact that there needed to be a physical copy for that. Can confirm Sarge listens to that album more than his entire love for Zelda. I mean, sometimes, Scorns, you just have to play the same keys in different times, you know? Let's see what we can get. 8 Korok seeds. Go for it. Oh, is it naked? Talking about Hestu? Why is Hestu naked? He's a Korok. He doesn't wear clothing. Robert used to do bass for Suicidal Tendencies, which is fun crossover band. Naked. Let's see, how much for shield stash? 10? Can't do that. Nakey! Ugh, okay. I know there's like 5 or so, or like 4, I think, in this area. I think there's some up here too. Maybe one over here. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to start pulling up a map if I'm gonna just be chasing any more of these. I mean, we could just keep stumbling around and wait for more to show up, but where's the fun in that, right? Korok bean. That's not something I would want to see. No siree. Okay. Guys, it's been real, but I really should wrap this up tonight. So, you know who's streaming tonight? Hey guys. Hey, you want to know who's streaming tonight? It looks like Sparkplug is in fact streaming tonight. So, why don't we go provide some support? Now, he is currently playing it looks like he's currently playing Fortnite, which I know is not a particularly wonderful thing to watch, but Sparkplug is still a really cool guy, and we're going to provide some support for him. Just go and say hello and wrap up for the evening. So, Fortnite. Do you, I take it you detest that worse than Breath of the Wild then, right? Let's talk to somebody else who knows random trivia as well. Didn't Metallica take him away from Ozzy Osbourne? Thanks for the stream start. Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really just appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. Because, I mean, I'm sure you guys could probably come up with something better to do with your Friday nights, but you come here and hang out with me. And I think that's awesome. I think that's really awesome. So, anyway, let's see if I get the username put in here correctly. Yes, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go raid Sparkplug because he's a cool guy. He's actually local to me. I'm planning on trying to meet up with him for a dinner date. Him and his woman, me and mine. So yeah, I will catch up with you guys through the Discord server through the weekend, and I will see you guys Tuesday for some additional Breath of the Wild. The indeterminate amount of time spent on this, but yeah, hang tight for that raid, and I will see you guys in the next stream. Have an excellent night.